boat is still in the shop. The sun's about to come up. It's a beautiful morning out here. And we're going to take you guys along with us. It's more about just getting away and relaxing a little bit. Seeing what we can catch a few fish. That's great. If not, we sure will have a good time anyway. Got our bait here in the bucket. We're just going to use stink bait. Already 80 degrees out here this morning. We've got an easterly wind, which you know what they say, when the wind's out of the east, it comes the least. But what we're going to do is we're going to use some stink bait that we've got made up. And we're going to use this to get it out there in the water. Show you just what they look like. I've got a video online if you want to know how I make this stuff. Go on to Doing USA and check out my how I make my catfish bait video. Really works good this time of the year when the water temperature is over 75 degrees. I had to put my sunglasses on even though the sun's not out because I've got readers in them. When you get old, you just got to do things that you're not used to doing when you're young. Let me show you what I've got here. I've got my hook. I've got my 1 ounce weight here. Got my hook set up, and my hook is through my little bag of bait. And I've just basically got a loop tied about a foot, about 14 inches above my weight. I'm just going to throw it out there and let it sit on the bottom. Catfish early in the morning, they're feeding in the shallows. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to catch some while they're up there feeding. Got my 12-foot surf rod here. Brought this back from Florida. Still have the zip tie on it. I need to cut that off. Tighten the handle real good. But anyway, it's got 20-pound cast line on it, and it's a 12-foot pole. We're going to throw it out there and just see what we can do. And I'll let you follow along with me. Once that goes to the bottom, I'm going to put a bell on the end so I know exactly what's happening. I've got to run back up to the truck, guys, and get my my other bales. Are in the truck. I left them in there. I'm gonna flip you around so you can see what we're doing. My truck is right up here on the hill. I'll be right back. So I went and I got some little 1/0 circle hooks that I bought this week, and I got my 3 bales. So I'm gonna rig up my other poles real quick, and then I'm gonna show you my new rod holder that I've got. that I just made yesterday. And in order to see how I made it, you can check that video out later. I'm planning on posting it later today or next week. All right, guys, and on this one, I've got what they call a Pocono rig. Let me take off. Now, a Pocono rig, I got this down in Florida. The Pocono rig has got a weight on the bottom, and you need about no more than probably a 2-ounce weight. I've just got a little weight that I put together. About 2-ounce weight. But it's got 3 hooks, and these 3 hooks have a little float on every one of them, so you need a weight that'll hold this all to the bottom. But I've got 3 hooks here, so I'm going to end up having 3 baits in the water on this one line. Now, I'm not super happy with the hooks that are on this. They're tail hooks. But I'm going to leave them on there. I just want to get some in the water right now. Make sure when you put your bait on, make sure your barb, both barbs are always clear. All right. One good thing about using these kinds of baits, you will not throw your bait off the hook while you're casting. And most likely the fish aren't going to get it off the hook when they bite. So you're going to end up being able to use this thing. When you take it off, you're going to have to probably cut it off. Okay, here's what my Pocono rig looks like. You reel it up. Make sure it's not wrapped around the end of your pole or you're just going to break the line. Let that one go to the bottom. We're gonna let that one go to the bottom. We're gonna put a bell on it as well. snug your line up. Well, I like to do is always like to do a little crank right here. My handle is sitting in like that. And we sit and wait. So I'm about to rig up another one. I'm going to show you how my new my pole holders work. All right, guys. Well, I've got my surf rod here. I'm gonna flip you around. Okay, guys. So what I've got is I've got my 12-foot surf rod. This is one I brought back from Florida. Put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna rig this one for catfish. I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna walk you through what I do. Sorry about the sunglasses, but when you're blind, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, first things first, take this one apart, let some slack out. These have a 20-pound test line on them. Slide it together. You want to make sure you line up your eyes. Alright. Tighten up your handle. Always check your handles, guys, and always check this little piece right here on your reel. You'll lose those, and before you buy one of these at the store, make sure it's got the cap on there. You don't want to lose that because it'll hold your it prevents oil from getting in there, or sorry, dirt and grit and sand, and it allows you that's so you can take that off, switch sides with the handle, make it a right-handed handle if you want. But what I'm going to do is just always double check that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rig this thing up today for some catfish while I'm letting the other two fish. Got my handy dandy nail clippers. the first thing I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna tie a swivel on the end of my line. Not any just little old cheap swivel, but a pretty big swivel. The reason is you may catch a 30, 40, or 50 pound catfish, and you want a strong swivel when you're fishing. So I'm just going to turn this on. Now the reason I'm tying a swivel on first for bank fishing is so that, and I'm going to tie a Palomar. I'm just going to run my string through it, my line, and I'm going to run the tag in back through. And I've created a loop on one side. Put that in front of my shirt, maybe you can see it. A loop on one side and the tag in and the main line on the other side. And I'm just going to do a overhand knot like that through the loop. Pull that through, grab my swivel, and pull the whole thing through the loop. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cinch it up real slow. I'm going to lick it just a hair so it doesn't burn the line. Pull it up. There's my Palomar knot. Now, why I like the Palomar is it's got two lines, or two pieces of line around the swivel itself. But when I go to put this thing in the truck, all I gotta do is take off my rig below, hook this in my eye, and I don't have hooks and everything bouncing around like I used to with that poker nose. So I'm gonna retie those at some point. But anyway, so I've got my swivel. I've got my long tag in. Just cut that off about a quarter from the end and it will not slip. You're good to go. So I've got some leader material here. What I've got with me is some 25-pound test. So I'm gonna cut this off. Before I do, I'll go ahead and cut it off. Cut my leader off. So I've got a piece about 2.5 feet long, okay? Not real long. All right, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tie on my hook. I'm getting a little nibble on that one pole over there. Okay, so today what I'm using is a 1/0 circle C hook. These are hyper sharp, they're by Hog, and I'm going to show you what I do with these. You may have to have a little bigger hook if you use a bigger leader for your line. Now a single circle hook, these aren't real big. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my leader, I don't know if you can see that, take my leader and I'm going to go in from the hook side of my hook, and I'm just gonna slide it through and hold it down along the shaft of the hook and wrap it about 9 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? Take the other end of my leader. I'm gonna run it right through. And I'm gonna pull it right back through. That's gonna cinch my hook down on that end. Okay, so I've got my hook tied. That's a snail on a line. That won't slip. Okay, I don't know if you can see that. I hope you can. Put that daylight so it's a little darker. All right, and then on the other end, I have some barrel swivels. These are just 230-pound test barrel swivels, and I'm going to tie that on the other end. Always make sure you put your trash, guys, in your tackle box. Take it with you when you're on the lake. I see trash all over the lake and it irritates the snot out of me. Okay, so I've got my little barrel swivel. See that or not? Probably not. My little barrel swivel. And I'm gonna just use the other end of the line, and I'm gonna tie a Palomar knot on it. Go through. You don't want to use too much of your line doing this. Definitely getting a bite on one of them. I can hear it jingle. It's 80 degrees out here and it's been warming up to 100 during the daytime. So you may or may not catch one, we'll see. But one's being active right there. Snip off that. And in this case, what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna come up here a little ways. Now I'm just gonna tie a little knot. I'm gonna do an overhand knot through the loop twice. Do it twice. Pull a little loop out to the side. Now you can do this one of two ways. You can put the hook on the bottom with the weight at the top, and your stuff will dangle behind, or you can put the weight on the bottom and your hook at the top. But either way, you want your swivel at the top. This one today, I tied up to run my weight at the top. That way, if I decide later I want to put a little bobber up here on the top, I can. looking for a weight that's big enough. So let's see if this one will work. So I've got my weight at the top, I've got my hook at the bottom, I've got my weight sitting right there. That isn't going to work. It does have a different weight. Let's try this weight. This is about a, well, it says a 2-ounce weight. Okay, there's my 2-ounce weight. Now all I'm going to do is just snap this right on. To my swivel. I can take it off if I want to. Alright, there I go. Now because I want this to float up off the bottom just a little, I've got my weight, I've got my hook, and because I want it to float up just a little off the bottom, I'll take a small cork. Now you can use peg floats, you can use these little floats. I like to use these because I can clip them on and off without having to do a whole lot of work. They don't hurt the line. If I can get it to work, I've got a sore finger. Okay, so now you can see I've got my hook, I've got my little float, I've got my weight, I've got my swivel, and now I've got a rig. It's just going to float up, it'll float the bait up at the top, okay? Let's get some bait on this thing and we'll get it out there. So here's one of my baits that I was telling you about. It's just it's some stink bait that I made up. You can watch the video, and it's in a finger bandage. I'm going to put my hook right through the side of that. Make sure your barbs come out the end right there, okay? Now that's all you've got to do right there. Before I throw that out there, I want to rinse my fingers off. Turn your back around. I'm going to show you my new rod holders that I made yesterday. So what I've done, guys, is I've taken a piece of 1x, getting the bite, sorry. I've taken a piece of 1x1 square tubing, this 14 gauge, welded a 7-inch piece on it. Yep. catfishing, you don't set the hook like you do bass fishing. You just pick it up and they take it really good. It'll set the hook for you with a circle hook. Probably some little ones. I've been catching a few channel cat out here. Always take the bell off before you throw it out there. Make sure it's not wrapped around the end. This one here, guys, I forgot to tell you, I've got tail hooks on this one. And this one here, seems like I lose more fish with those tail hooks than I get. Unless I'm crappie fishing. This time, I'm going to make sure my line is in the same spot as my home. Okay. Switch it back around here, guys, so you can see what I'm doing. So, I built we made some of these rod holders, and I'll put a video online on how we made these things. Made some of these rod holders, but yesterday, I'm talking about these monster look-alike rod holders that screw into the side of your boat. And yesterday what we did was I took one of those and I created a beach rig with one of these on the side. And so you'll see that as we go. I'm getting another bite over there. Probably a little school of them. But I'm gonna put this in the, and you want to angle this back just a hair. Okay, there's my rod holder. Let's get this other rod out there real quick. Might as well be fishing while we're waiting on that other one to bite. All right, so I'm gonna take my rig that I just made up. Make sure it's not wrapped around the end of the pole. You'll break your line, maybe the end of your pole if you ain't careful. Okay, we're all good. So I've got one out that way, straight ahead. I'm gonna put this one out this direction. Go grab me a bell. Gotta have a bell. We're all rigged up. Sit here and grab me a sandwich. Go rinse off my hands. One now. Come on. One on that one. I thought I was going to grab a sandwich. Okay, so sometimes, guys, catfish will just tap it, and sometimes they will just take off and run with it. And usually the little ones just like to tap it. I'm gonna move you down just a hair. I'm fixing to throw this one I just threw out. I think I got it too parallel with the bank. This one here. Parallel with the bank and it's watching. getting a little action. Just some little ones, I think, tapping at it, tap, tap, tap. But got 3 rods in the water, 5 hooks. Got one with a Pocono rig, one with a, I would call a modified CMT rig, and one with a just a bottom rig. Time to eat a sandwich for breakfast. Get my battery back up real quick for this camera. How fast it's sucking the juice down. Guys, if you've never used one of these little solar powered battery packs, this thing will charge an iPhone for 45 times before you have to recharge it. It's solar occupied, it's solar activated. It's got a little light on it that you can hold down and let you use that at night. And this little thing has really come in handy for some of my longer videos because an iPhone won't last that long. It's got 2 USBs and a USB connection. Put one of those in, put my iPhone charger on, and I'm just going to hang it on the tripod. Plug it into the phone. And I should be charging. Point it towards the sun, let it charge while it's working. You can run a laptop off that thing. You can run a laptop. You can run several phones. I mean, it's pretty impressive. I paid like $25, $30 for it on Amazon. And if you need power on the go, or if you're worried about power if the lights go out, that's definitely a good thing to grab. Got a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit looking thing this morning. See how it gotta go pick up the trash. Nothing like a good old sandwich with catfish bait on your fingers. You gotta hold your breath every time you put your hand close to your nose. Guys, if you're out there watching this morning, appreciate you tuning in. Maybe we can get some action going on these poles. Usually mid-August is a tough time of year to go fishing. But it's not always just about fishing, it's sometimes about just relaxing. I'm gonna turn you around so you can see down the beach. I don't know if you can see that bird down there in the water. I'm looking down the beach towards the north right there. The sun is over there to our right, which is east. Coming up this morning. And anyway, down south towards this side, you got a small marina over here on the Texas side. That's Texas. And of course we're on the Oklahoma side. And right over here, turning it towards the water. I don't know if you can see that in the distance, but that is a mile-long bridge. They call it Willis Bridge. Willis Bridge connects Oklahoma and Texas. We're in the area that they call FOB, F-O-B-B, FOB Bottom. Public beach, public wildlife management area. Around Lake Texoma, there's about 28,000 acres of public wildlife management area where you can fish, camp, hunt. I don't know that it costs you anything. It doesn't cost you anything. All these places where there's no utilities, it doesn't cost you anything to hunt. Camp, hunt, fish. You do have to have state license. If you're out of state, it can cost you a little bit more. I'm pretty fortunate. I lived in Texas for a little while, and I actually have a lifetime license in Oklahoma and Texas. At least a combination hunting and fishing in Oklahoma. Just the hunting in Texas. When I was down there, I wish I didn't have the cash to buy it. I got the hunting because I knew I'd hunt around Lake Texoma up here. And part of this lake is about 30% of this lake or so is in Texas. When you hunt in that area, you need a state license for Texas. So a lot of times these duck hunters, they'll be coming up here to Oklahoma and they'll be putting out in the winter. They'll be putting out on the Oklahoma side and they'll be going across the lake. But unless they have a really good GPS system and a really good mapping system, they won't know whether or not they're in Oklahoma or Texas. And so the game wardens will sit out there in the middle of the lake and watch the duck hunters, and they'll check it. And if you're a Texas hunter in Oklahoma waters without that state tag, then you're going to be fined pretty heavily. Big revenue maker for the state. About 65% of the lake is actually in the state of Oklahoma. When you fish on this lake, if you don't have a as long as you're on the water, the way I understand it, as long as you have a license for the Oklahoma side or a license for the Texas side, if you're not standing on one side or the other, if you're in the lake, you can probably fish with that license as long as you're in Oklahoma waters or Texas waters. But they have a special fishing license for Lake Texoma itself. It's $12 a year. And if you're going to fish Lake Texoma, you don't need a state tag or a state license or for either Oklahoma or Texas. You can get Oklahoma fishing, a Lake Texoma fishing license just for a year, $12. So if you're coming up here to go striper guide fishing or coming up here just to enjoy the weekend and you want to fish Lake Texoma, get your Lake Texoma fishing license. Support the state. That's how we keep the lake beautiful, and that's how we enjoy this thing for future generations. So hope that helps you guys. Be safe out there. Don't do something that's going to get you in trouble. boat is in the shop. I was 3 weekends ago, or 4 now, I was right over, I'll see if I can turn you where you can see it. I was right across the lake, right over here. Right over there is the boat ramp for it's called Juniper West. On the east side of the bridge is Juniper East. Well, I unloaded my boat over at Juniper West. Beautiful morning. Unloaded the boat, pulled it off the trailer. As it floated off the trailer, I tried to throw it in forward. When I did, the cable, my throttle cable broke. So I wasn't able to go fishing that morning, but I did troll around over there and I got some bait and used my throw net, my trolling motor for about an hour or so before I went home. But anyway, it's one of those deals. You're over here, 22 miles from my house over here. When you're over here, you might as well try to make the best of it. But I had never loaded a boat on a trailer with a trolling motor until that day. Had to get a little wet, and probably should have set the camera up and filmed it, but I didn't know how it was going to go, and so I didn't want to embarrass myself too bad. But anyway, the joys of having a boat. They say that boat steam will bust out another 1,000. Well, that's what it's going to cost me probably to get that fixed. And anyway, took it over to a buddy of mine. His name is Lynn Holman. He owns Lynn's Red River Marine there over by Bunker Creek. And Lynn is a really good mechanic if you ever need any boat work done. And we've worked with Lynn, and he's helped us on several projects over the years. And anyway, if you need some help with your boat, try Lynn Holman over at Bunker Creek, over at Lynn's Red River Marine. Perfect napping weather or camping weather if you're camping on the beach. I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna reel that one on the right end. Check it. See how it's going. turn you this way. I'm gonna pull this one to the right end. Get a different belt. Okay guys, so I want to show y'all something. What I call my secret weapon, okay? Bring you over here closer. I'm going to set you up right here. Hold on, I've got something I want to show you. We're going to throw this line back out there, but we're going to do it in a different way. Okay guys, I'm gonna back you up just a hair so you can see me. Guys, I've been experimenting with some things over the last few weeks, and I want to show you what I've been doing. I have made a potato launcher, a potato cannon, a potato gun, whatever you want to call this thing, okay? It's got 2.5-inch pipe. I whittled the end down to where it's pretty sharp, where it can cut through my potatoes. Alright. It's got a 4-inch chamber with a 2-inch reducer, 2.5 to 4-inch reducer. It's got an ignition button for a stove, so it's your cooking stove. It's got a collar, and it's got a screw on back. Alright. So I've been experimenting with this thing, launching my lures out into the lake. And I want to see if I can't film and show y'all what we're doing with this thing. It takes a pretty good sized potato, and you want to make sure it's bigger than the hole, okay? I don't need that big of a potato, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it with my knife. I'm gonna cut it in half, okay? And then what I'm gonna do with this is I'm gonna carve out I'm gonna carve out a potato hole, a hole in the middle of my potato. All right. Now, as you can guess, that's gonna hold my weight, and that's gonna hold my bait. All right. So there I go. I carved it out. Make that a little bit deeper on the end. Okay. I'm going to take my weight. All right. This one is a 1.5 ounce weight. I'm going to take my weight and I'm going to stick it down in my potato. And I'm just going to wedge it down in there as good as I can get it. All right. Now I'm going to take it on the end of my potato gun, and I'm going to wedge it right down there, and that's going to cut a plug out of this potato. Okay. So I've got my potato in my, and I've got my weight. Now, I have found that if you take the little triangle weights instead of these little round weights, sometimes it works better. But I'm going to put this in here. I'm just going to wedge it down in there as good as I can. I'm going to take my bait. I'm going to wedge it right there on top of it. Okay? And no different than a muzzleloader, I've got a ramrod. Now I've got my ramrod marked. You see the line on it. I've got my right here. I've got my ramrod marked at how far I'm going to push this down into the potato. Now before you do it, you got to make sure you got plenty of slack and your bail is open. Make sure your bail is open. That's extremely important. Okay, so got my bail open. I'm gonna push it, push it, push it, and I'm gonna load this thing all the way down until I get to my blue mark right here. All right, just like a muzzleloader, I've got it loaded. Now, I want to show you the other end because this is something important. I accidentally got sand in it, so got to get all that sand out. And it ain't gonna hurt to get this thing a little wet. I'm gonna rinse it out real quick and get the sand out. Okay, I've rinsed the sand out, so now it's empty, okay? My potato's loaded. I'm gonna take my accelerant, $2 hairspray from Dollar General, or Dollar Tree, whichever one you wanna say. Got my cap. I'm gonna put 4 seconds of, I'm not going to spray my button inside, I'm just going to spray down. Put 4 seconds of accelerant into my cannon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put the lid on and screw it down. Okay? Got my cannon loaded. Alright? I'm going to rig up my rod in the holder. Let me show you what I'm going to do. Turn you around here. Okay, so I've got my pole ready to launch. You got to make sure your bail is open. I've got my line coming down. Well, it's already fell out, so I've got to start over. Tell you that those round weights don't work near as good as the other ones. Okay, I've rinsed it out. It's still charged. Okay guys, I'm just gonna shoot this one out. I'm gonna shoot that one out and I'm gonna re-rig it, okay? My little round weight wouldn't stay in my potato very well, so I'm going to change weights, okay? Stick with me. All right guys, so I went and I got a little bit more of a long skinny weight so I can jam it down in my potato. Let me see if the other side of that potato is big enough. I don't think it is. Go get another potato. Okay, we'll tie this other weight onto it. got me a new weight on here. So I rigged it up with a weight on the bottom. So I've got my potato. Make sure it's going to fit. All is well. I'm going to cut the end off this thing. Like that. Then I'm going to take and I'm going to cut out the inside. So as you can see, I've made another hole in it. Take my weight. This time I'm just going to jam it down into the potato as far as I can get it. You can see it sticking in there. Alright, it's stuck in there. Maybe it won't come out this time. Alright, cut the potato off. Do the same thing again. Take my ramrod. Take my bait. Okay, got it seated into the gun. Take the back off again. Just a 4-inch screw-on sewer cap. Got my striker in here, you can see. All right, it's on top, so you can see it in here. I don't want to spray it, but I want 4 seconds of hairspray. 2, 4. Then screw the lid back on. Now it's got to be on pretty good. I can get it on. Do it again. Sometimes when you're right-handed, you need to use your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I now know it's loaded. Okay, I've got the bail open. Make sure you open that bail. I got it tangled. When you're filming, everything goes wrong. Okay, we're good to go. Open the bail. Now you want to put these pretty much in line with each other, okay? And I'm going to launch my weight and my bait out into the lake. Now I don't know if you can see that or not. That potato came apart. But anyway, we got her out there and we're fishing. Take up the slacks. Go to the bottom. So guys, that's how a redneck launches a potato with his fishing bait into the lake. You send it out there 100 yards. There's no way I can cast it that far. So hope you were able to see that on film. I'll probably do another one here in a little bit. But anyway, rinse off my knife. That potato cutter on the end cuts a perfect wedge. Note to self, put some more weights in my tackle box. I was checking to see how many people are online watching. The hadn't been the greatest morning fishing yet, but like I say, it's all about just getting out here and doing USA, baby. Doing USA. Get out there, and if you like what you're seeing, hit that subscribe button. I've got all kinds of projects on the channel. I've got all kinds of DIYs. I've got some commentary. I've got a little bit of a long video for people to watch. This is my second live video. Now, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a big crane. I'm gonna flip you around to the north. There's a big crane way down there on the back end. I want to see if I can zoom in. See that big crane down there? Switch you back around. Oh, guys, this YouTube stuff's a little bit new to me. But I say new to me. I've got about 200 videos online. But the live video is a little bit new to me. I wanted to shoot some live stuff just so that you guys can sometimes I edit out all the mistakes and the mishaps that I have. You won't ever see those unless you see it live. So I wanted to give you guys a taste of a live video. So today I'm going to film this entire thing live while we're out here. While these are fishing, I may actually walk down the beach got my GoPro around my neck. I may actually walk down the beach, see what else is washed up. When I was down here last week, that big log right there, that big log was not there. So I may see what all I can see going down the beach real quick. As soon as I do, walk right down there a little ways, we can start dinging. Maybe that'll be good, and we can have some action on the rods. Well, I've got one toy in the one I just shot out there. The benefit of having that potato gun, guys, is you can get it out there a lot farther in deeper water where more fish are. In the early morning hours, the fish will come up here on the bank and they'll troll the bank for shad. But as the sun comes up, and it's probably about 8:30 or so now, but it's starting to warm up. As the sun comes up, they'll migrate or move back out into the deeper water, and that's where they will hang out. So if you can launch your lure or your bait out there into that area, your odds go way up. Now, one thing I wouldn't suggest doing is, I showed you earlier that Pompano rig. I would not launch a Pompano rig with a potato can. You don't want to do it with more than one hook, because if there's two or three, it's just going to come back as a big wad of tangle. You don't want to have to worry about that. So if it was me, I would not launch a Pompano rig with one of those potato guns. I don't know that it'd be real wise to have a bunch of hooks flying through the air anyway, coming out of that thing. The water's bad enough. It wasn't snagging something, which is not likely to be here. But if you're in a boat using that thing, there is a big possibility, and I'm getting a bite right here. I'm getting a bite on that one I just launched out there. There's a big possibility that if you did it in the boat, you might grab something in the boat or get it in you, and it can hurt you pretty bad. Be careful if you're using potato cans to launch your bait. Also, we're out here on the wildlife management area, so guns are allowed and shooting is allowed, not across the lake, of course, but shooting in this area. So if you're not on the wildlife management area or a game reserve, what I call it, you won't be able to possibly use potato cannon because of the noise. People will probably call the game wardens on you saying you're shooting guns. It's loud, but that doesn't mean it's illegal. Just if they come and ask you, just be kind and courteous to them. They're just out here trying to protect the public, guys. Yeah, I've got one on this one right here. He is toying with that one that we just launched out there. Let's see what he'll do here. Probably a small one. The little channel cat's about 12 to 14 or 16 inches long. Have really been biting lately out here. And talked to a guy the other day at church, and he's been fishing out of the boat, and he said that the little channel cat are just eating him alive. He's actually baiting a hole, and he's going back and he's fishing that hole. And he said that some nights he might catch 10, 15, or 20. And mainly little channel cat. I was out pretty late last night in Ardmore. We went and watched, we ate out at Cadoba and Mexican, and then we watched an excellent movie. I want to give you an idea. The movie is called It Ends With Us. I don't know if you've read the book, but if you get a chance, I thought this movie was going to be a chick flick, but this movie had ups and downs, twists and turns. It was an excellent movie, especially to take your wife to. My wife and I hadn't had a movie date in several years, and our son was in Ardmore with his girlfriend, and so we decided that while we were going to have to go pick him up because he's just 15 and a half, we thought, well, let's just go out and we'll hang out in Ardmore. And so we took the chance to go eat some Mexican food and watch a movie. And of course, when we got through, I had to run by Walmart and look at the fishing stuff before we picked him up. But anyway, I highly recommend that movie. It Ends With Us. I think I'm gonna check my middle one, my Pocono rig, see what it's doing. It's been a little while since I've had any action on that one, so I'm gonna check it and see what I've got going on it. What I have found, especially when it's hotter, like right now, what I have found is if you have a 2 or 3 or 4 ounce weight on your pole, I'm going to give it a second to do that. There's still something playing with that one. But if you have a pretty heavy weight on your line, these small catfish, they may get on there and be on there, and you not know it, but they can't swim around because that heavy weight pins them to the bottom, and so you'll reel them in and they will have already drowned. So if you have one playing with your line, I would go ahead and suggest check it after a little while. Make sure that you still have one, that you don't have one stuck on there who's small that just can't get off and he's drowning. And I'm gonna reel this one in and see what we can do. It's this one right here, this middle one. Got my bait. Well, let me show you guys. I've still got all 3 of my baits. You're not going to throw these type of baits off. You're not going to throw these off your line when you're casting out there. But when you do reel them in, you want to make sure that the points of your hooks are exposed, and so is the barb, so that if you do catch one, or if you have one toying with it, he will hook himself and he won't come off very easy because the barb hasn't got him. So double check, make sure that they're all the way through, and then we'll throw them back out. So when you're laying this on here, you're going to have your line, you're going to take up all your slack, but you want to make sure your line is with your pole on top of that. Don't let them be in separate holes, or you might snag it. Well, I just made these rod holders yesterday. These two on the ends were, I really like them. I think I'm going to make, I've got 2 or 3 more. I think I'm going to make some more. I really like them. The way they work, the way they hold the pole, the ease of getting it in and out. So I think I'm going to make a few more of them. And I encourage you to watch my video. I'll get it uploaded probably later today. I'll probably get it tomorrow. But I'm going to get my video loaded up so you guys can see how I made those. They were real simple. You do need to weld or have a welder. But you can probably do it with a bolt. Well, you probably need to make sure you can weld. But anyway, check it out. Check that video out and see what you think, guys. Well, I'm going to walk down the beach just a little ways, and I may be running back if I hear these things jingle. I'm going to walk down the beach just to break the monotony, and I'm going to be walking south down towards the east side here. I see a tent. There is a tent over here. As a matter of fact, I think I'll take y'all with me. Turn you around, we'll walk this way. Poles are good. Got that one sitting there. Got this one. Got that one. I've been down here, this is my 3rd weekend, guys. And there has been a tent, you'll see it here in a second, down here under this tree, this bodark tree, which is a horse apple tree or Osage orange, depending on part of the country that you're in. But there's been a tent, and the first weekend, 2 weekends ago, there was all kinds of stuff around it. There was no vehicle, there was nobody. I double checked to make sure that there was no one in distress, but they had their fishing poles and their chairs and everything leaned up there, and it's almost like they were living here. And I thought, well, I guess they'll be back. Well, that was 3 weekends ago. And now we've got this was here last weekend, and now it's here again. It hasn't left, is what I'm saying. I'll walk right up here and show you what I'm talking about. Hello? Anybody here? It's just like they went off and left all their crap, and they were staying here. Maybe that's all they could do, was just to live here for a period of time. But you can see all their crap is just left around. There's a shovel. They were here for a while. You can tell by the amount of junk. And I've been tempted to come up here, bring my big black trash bags, and just pick up some of this crap and haul it back to the house and throw it away. But there's all kinds of little stuff in here, like little kid chairs. I'm assuming that they're okay. I don't see anyone here, and I don't smell anything like somebody's dead, and the buzzards aren't circling. But it's been here. This is my third weekend down here. It's been here every weekend. Life jackets. Don't guess there's anybody down here in the ditch. Don't see anything. But anyway, I hate to do anything with it, just because if this is all they have, they may need to come back and pick some of this stuff up. But it looked about like this last weekend too, so hope they're okay, whatever their case may be. There's a ball on the beach. Let's see. Smashed ball. Don't tell me what you'll find on the beach. Well, last weekend these 3 holes were here, like they'd been playing in the sand, or their kids might have been. Somebody has written in the sand, or they have drawn something, or I don't know what it says, but something's in the sand there. It says Michael, I think that's an M-I-C-H-A-E-L. I don't know what that says there. But anyway, we'll walk on down here a little ways. You never know what you're going to see washed up on the beach. One thing I hate to see though is glass bottles. And there's one right there, so we're gonna get that one out of here. We'll haul that one back with us. It's a little bit early. Last week and the week before we had quite a few boaters, but it's been so hot lately, people just aren't coming to the boat. I'm looking over at the boat dock right over there, and I see about 4, 5, 6 cars. Sometimes that thing will be loaded, depending on where the striper guys are putting out of. But anyway, right now that one is not loaded. So this is Fob Bottom area of the Oklahoma side, and people are, we've walked about 100 yards, I don't know if you can tell. We've walked about 100 yards down through here. Sorry, the video's bouncing around, guys. I'm switching hands. Now this is called a needle-nosed gar. There's a lot of these in the lake right here. This is one that's just washed up on the bank. Needle-nosed gar. You'll see alligator gar and needle-nosed gar, and the alligator gar tend to get to be bigger. But I've caught some of those that are 5 or 6 feet long, and they're not something that people will have to be worried about when they're swimming. I don't know if I've ever heard of one of those biting someone, but if you dangle your toes in the lake long enough, something will probably bite it. Could be a turtle or anything, so just be careful when you're out here. But a lot of people ski in the lake. I've skied and pulled the boys around tubing, don't have problems. But I think I'm fixing to turn around. Looks like I'm just getting down here to where there's more and more junk, and so walk back down, check the poles. Maybe I'll have something on. I hope my boat is ready by the end of this week, this coming week. Today is it's the end of August. Today's August 24th. And I hope my boat is ready at the end of this week so that we can take you guys out with us fishing next time. Kicking around the idea of going out of town and going fishing over Memorial Day weekend. I'm sorry, Labor Day weekend coming up, and don't know if I'm going to go north up around Grand Lake or up in that area, or if I'm going to go south. Thought about going down to Galveston and doing a little surf fishing. I really didn't get my fishing out of my system when I was in Florida, so I thought about just taking a road trip down there, sleeping on the beach like that guy right there, and seeing what we can do. We got a boat coming in over here, going up in that cove. A lot of people fish up in that cove. Supposedly they do pretty good. I've never fished up in it, but I'm gonna have to try it one of these days. A piece of PVC pipe, that can come in handy. My wife's always telling me, you need to clean out the shop. As soon as I clean it out, I need something that I threw away. So I just have to get better organized so that she doesn't see all my stuff. Because to me, it's stuff. To her, it's junk. But I have to let everybody know. And she knows this. It's my shop. So I tend to win. But anyway, you never know when you're gonna need a piece of PVC pipe. So I'm parked right up there on top of the hill. One good thing about this, you can park right next to the beach and just walk down the hill, but it's awful sandy. So the first time I did it, I had my Crocs on. That was a big mistake. Don't do this with Crocs. That sand gets in there, and when that sand gets in there, it's just like sandpaper. So up and down that hill sure wore my feet out. Well, I think I got my little morning walking for the day. Wasn't but about 200 yards. Oh, here comes the boat. He doesn't know. Out there, I'm gonna show you. Out there where that boat is, it's really probably about 25, 26 feet deep out there. He's about 100 yards off the shore. And that's a pretty deep running boat. But if he gets much closer, it starts getting shallow real quick. So hope he takes it easy. Really and truly, I hope he doesn't come any closer so he doesn't run over my lines. Especially this one that I launched out there. Big old boat. I waved at him, he waved back. I like that flag on the back end of that boat. Sure do. That's a cabin cruiser. That one's got a bed and a little bit of living quarters inside it. Not a big one, but a lot of people come out here on the lake and spend the night in their cabin cruisers. Flip you back around here. That big boat's going to push some waves. They'll be coming in here in a minute. If I can find a better weight, I think what I do is I launch another one. See what all I've got in my box. For some reason, I don't have any pyramid weights in my box. I do have one. This is what's called a pyramid weight, and makes sense, right? But this one is a 6 ounce, a 5 or 6 ounce. It's a heavy one. I think it's a 6 ounce, is what it looks like. Well, anyway, I don't need one that heavy. This right here, I don't know why it's in my box. Probably found it on the beach. But I need a 2 inch pyramid weight so I can cram it down in that potato and relaunch one of these things. Got a lot of these weights in here, I'll show you. These weights here, when you have a throw net, don't get rid of your weights when you hang it and snag it. These are really handy weights to, you can use them as slip weights. They're really handy to use when you're out here fishing. And so I would hang on, I've got a whole bunch of them. I've got several of these from different nets over the years. What they're starting to do is they're starting to make the weights out of steel. And when they're doing that, in Texoma, it's really a salty lake. That's why there's so many stripers in it. But with all the salt in the lake, it's causing the steel weights to rust. So I really prefer the lead weights. But when I tear one up, I don't throw them away. I'll just reuse them. And sometimes I'll put them on a piece of wire and put 2 or 3 or 4 of them, string them together, just like that. Made the bell go off, but I've got something playing with my Pocono rig. a little boat coming out of that cove. When I came in this morning, about 5:30, I saw a bunch of people camping around the corner here. I guess one of them had a boat. They just came out of that cove, working their way out. Earlier I saw that center console, it went into the cove. That's not a center console there, that looks like a bass tracker, an older bass boat. I'm gonna walk up to the truck and I'm gonna see if I've got some weights, some fishing weights in my truck. I might have bought some and thrown them in there. Let me go look. If I do, I'm gonna relaunch that potato cannon and give you guys a better shot at that. Okay, I'm back. I found one pyramid weight, but it's a 4 ounce, so it's a little bit too big. Put it in my box though. I don't know why it's not in my box. That one's in the box. Also came back with some water. Won't let there's a breeze out here. Brought some sunflower seeds. Guys, if you ever eat sunflower seeds, try these low sodium. They're really a lot better for you because of the salt content. But I'll tell you what you can do with these. And this is just something I've done. The boys on our baseball team love them. Take some of these, spray them, spread them out into a pan, like a cooking pan, and spray them lightly with some olive oil. Spray them with some Pam olive oil or something like that. Then what you'll do is throw some Slap Your Mama on them, and it'll really, really, really improve your sunflower seeds. Let me ask you something. Are you the kind of person that bites one at a time? Throws them away? Or are you the kind of person that gets a whole handful, put them in your jaw, you can get the flavor, and chew them off and spit them out one at a time? I personally like to, especially when my hands are all nasty, I don't want to do one at a time. My fingers stink like fish bait. Go through my tackle box. Really clean? Really? Oh, excuse me. I need to go through my tackle box and really clean it out. Get it a little bit more organized. little bit about me, guys. I'm 54 years old, and I've been growing up on this lake for, I've been coming to this lake for at least 50 years. When I was a little kid, my mom used to take me over to a place by Lebanon, Oklahoma. She'd take us all over there, and we would go swimming on the boat ramp. And I remember when I was 3 or 4 years old, so that's 50 years ago, I stepped off the side of that boat ramp, and it just was a drop off from the boat ramp to the ground, and I wasn't very tall, and I went under, and I was under. And I remember my mom saving me, and that was about 50 years ago. And so when you sit on the bank and you look at stuff like this, you think about the history of your life in a location. It actually makes you reminisce. I got a big crane walking up on us. I'm gonna turn you around so you can see him, and I'll zoom in. He was down there on the point. Now he's just about 25, 30 yards down the bank from me. He was down there on that point. He's made his way all the way up through here, looking, searching the beach for anything he can nibble. Now he's walking the other way. About as far as I can zoom in. watching the sun, watching the waves, hoping something will wash up on him. I don't know what he's watching, but he's not real interested in moving. Guys, I know it's pretty windy out here today. The wind sort of turned and it was coming straight out of the east. Now it's sort of coming out of the southeast. And it's picked up, it's probably 20, 25 miles an hour out here. And I apologize if the audio is windy. If you can't hear me very well, I've got to get one of these little wireless microphones, and I just haven't done it yet, but I need to get one of those to see and figure out how they work so that we can get you hooked up so you can hear me better, and it'll help muffle some of the wind noise. But thanks for watching, and hang in there. We're gonna keep doing some more videos like this. Maybe next time there'll be more action on the poles than there are right now. Boat traffic's picking up a little bit on the lake, but it's white capping out there a little bit today. That doesn't stop the sea doos. standing there, isn't he? Sure is peaceful out here watching the waves beat against the shore. I think he's going to walk back downhill now. snake out there. Look. this side to walk closer. Water bottles running right down there too. Watching that water bottle. I'll have to pick that up before I leave. Oh wait. Back here, take a little nap and see what he does. hot lately, and there's a east wind, southeast wind. They say when the wind's out of the east, fishing's the least. That's why they call it fishing, not catching. And had some nibbles early on, but now it's about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. And so I'm trying to roll these things up, and we're going to head to the house. I'm going to drive around a little bit, find another spot to try other than this next time. That might be a little bit more, might be a little bit more advantageous to what we're trying to do here. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm going to let you watch me as I reel everything in. I could accidentally have something on there. I've had some things here and there, just not a lot. And so we're going to see if we can't roll everything up and call it a day for right now. And I'll go home and I'll put that video on. I'll edit that video on my rod holder. Right down here, roll up my rod. There's nobody on the lake bank fishing today, so maybe they had a better idea than I did. I think while I've got this one out, I'm going to rig it with a swivel so that I'll be ready to go next time. And I'll let you show you how I do that. There's some geese. I don't know if you can see them. Geese are flying over. Something stirred them up. That's usually why they fly over. What I'm going to do is I am going to cut my hook off, put a swivel on, that way I don't have to, I'm going to rig up where all I have to do is just hook a swivel and a swivel on. I got a pretty good sized swivel, as you can see. I'm just going to tie this on. You take your hooks off your poles when you transport them, and it'll sure keep you from tangling up so bad. So I'm going to tie this thing on with a Palomar knot. There's a honeybee. See this honeybee right here? He gets stung. Like I said, I use a Palomar knot. All I'm going to do is open my bail. Give myself a little bit of leeway. Come down. Open my swivel. You don't have to even close it. Just open it up. Put it through your keeper right there. Fix it up tight. There you go, you're ready to tie on your hook next time, and you don't have hooks flopping all over the place. I've got this goofy little zip tie that's been on here. I'm gonna leave it on, but I'm gonna trim off the tail. You don't have to leave them on if you don't want to. Take the clippers and trim that off. Maybe a mistake. Probably be better just to take it all off. Anyway, this one right here is rigged up, ready to go. Now what I like to do on these so my line is flopping, I like to pull this line loose, my main line, wrap it around 2 or 3 eyes. That way it wraps it all up against the pole and it won't go anywhere. That one's ready to load the truck. Alright, we'll go put it, we'll go do that one. We'll go do that to my Pocono rig too, because that Pocono rig's a pain in the rear. So my Pocono rig comes my bait bucket for right now. I'll deal with it when I get home. This last one. I haven't checked this one since I put it out there. Don't have much bait left in my tube. Take off the rig. Take off the rig, hook it right here on this little hook. It'll be ready to go next time too. Take this string that's loose, pull it out around several of your eyes. It'll wrap it up around the pole. It wraps up around the pole where it's a lot tighter. We'll take it, throw this one in the bait bucket. Well, my rod holder's working well. Excited about those. All right, guys, I'm gonna take you off my camera. My camera stand. Put you on my selfie stick and hang this battery where we can see it. See if I can get you unscrewed on this thing. I think I can. All right. Now then, last trip up the hill. Well, it's getting warm. Glad there's a breeze, right? I had to left earlier. I'm gonna leave you going, show you how far it is down here to this spot. Whew. That sand is a workout. Keep this tripod from pinching me. Okay. This is what it looks like from up here by the pickup. See, it's not all woods. You can see the wildlife management. They plant different crops in the open areas. And this one, they baled hay earlier in the year. I'm assuming that they're in partnership with a local farmer who's going to use the hay, leaves part of it in the field for the wildlife, and get in that air-conditioned truck. It's an awful bumpy road on the way down. Excuse my dirty windshield. Pretty good hike out here. Now there's other places along Texoma that you can fish from the bank. Of course, they've got areas that you probably shouldn't fish, or they don't allow fishing, like from boat docks or from certain beach areas, because they don't want fishing hooks and glass and stuff along the beach. But in this area here, you can see that we got people camping over here to the right of me on the lake. They just pull up here. Now this white van, these people, they've been here for 2 or 3 weeks too, but they are in and out. They're fishing. I see their poles out there, and they're fishing in that cove that boat went up into. They got their tent set up. Now they're right in the middle of mosquito country. There's too many mosquitoes to be camping in the tree. I know why they did it. They did it so that they could have some shade and some breeze, but it's awful hot to be. My temperature gauge on my pickup right now says it's 94 degrees, and that's pretty hot to be camping in a tent. It is 10:45, 10:42, and I'm heading back out of here. And the roads, after a rain, these roads are really bad. You want to be real careful coming down here, and don't get off the road if you can help it, because you're going to probably get stuck. But anyway, it's about as wild as you can get. There's deer, turkey, you name it, you can find it. Actually, on the way over here this morning, I ran over a coyote, and he's a big one. You may see him on the way back, see if he's in the road. I ran over him, and I'm sure glad I wasn't in my wife's vehicle, because it would have ripped her bumper off. But on this old Silverado, he just went, it knocked him down, and I felt my back tires go over him. And but I hate to run over anything. But there are lots of coyotes. We come predator calling over here quite often, and we come over here and go predator calling quite often, and we've had some success over here. So go ahead and take that hat off, put it on the dash. It was hot. That little breakfast sandwich that I had this morning is already gone, and then I had a few sunflower seeds, and they lasted a little while, but not too terribly long. So anyway, I see a car coming down the other end. Oh. You can see here's another field over here to my left. Pull over here, let this guy go by. They're probably with some of these others that are camping here. Looks like they got their kayaks. And oh, here comes another one. A lot of people come down here and they'll kayak and they'll have fun. They'll just camp out. They'll have cookouts. It's pretty safe down here, I would say, overall. See if I can get by this guy. He's letting me by, and one right behind him. That one's got the ice chest and the cooker in the back. So they're all, I bet they're all together. I was down here a couple weeks ago, and I was fishing, and there was a guy, his name was Jose, and he was from Whitesboro, Texas, and he came up, and before I left, he told me, he said that his daughter played on the volleyball team at Whitesboro, and but he said that what they were planning on doing is at about 11 o'clock they were all gonna all the girls were going to come down. All the girls on the volleyball team were going to come down and play volleyball, or not play volleyball, but have a cookout on the beach and just play in the water and just have a good old time. Parents get together. And when I left, there was car after car after car of people coming down here. And I told my son when I got home, I said, "Oh, you should have went with me today. There was a boatload of pretty volleyball girls down there today." And anyway, he just laughed. But anyway, I guess it's a hangout for people and hooks. I wouldn't just go out there and go swimming barefoot. It'd probably be okay, but it'd be that one time that you wouldn't be. Okay, so when you come right here, there's a crossroads, and we are going to turn and we're going to go right. And I'm meeting a couple people in this corner. So I've got my looks like they're getting ready to go down there to the beach too. They're in their Jeep. So when you come down Fob Bottom Road to get to where I went, you come down and you turn back towards the west in Willis off the Highway 377 on the Fob Bottom Road. You go all the way to the end of that road, which is over a mile, and you hang a sharp left-hand turn. It's a 90-degree turn. You come all the way down, and it's probably a good another mile, maybe a little bit farther. You go all the way down until you come to a crossroads, and take that crossroads. It's your first left, and it's a complete crossroads. You can't miss it. Take the first left, and it'll wind you around back over towards the lake, towards the east side of the area. And it's going to be to the west of Willis Bridge. Come up here and we'll drive across Willis Bridge, and I'll show you where we were at. There's another guy waiting on me to get by. Another one coming down looks like he's dragging something. He's dragging awful low if he's not dragging something. Just the way he's sitting on he won't be able to go down that road very easy. He'll drag. But anyway, now here is the west side. Now you can see, I'm gonna roll my window down. You can see there's all kinds of geese out there and birds. This is just some of the backwaters. But anyway, there's all kinds of birds out here, and this right here area, when the lake gets really down, it'll just be its own little pond like. But if you take and you go back this way, you'll hit the lake, and then around this island or this section of land right here, you'll be on the west side of Fob Bottom, and you can get to it. There's a road up here. Down the road this way that you can work your way down, and there's some pretty good fishing on that side. It's just not as easy to get down to the water over there, and you won't see the morning sun, but you'll see the setting sun in the evening. And but anyway, when we go out fishing, a lot of times we'll drive all the way around in the boat and we'll fish Fob Bottom, and about 50 yards off of the bank, or about, I say 50 yards, probably 50 yards or so off the bank, it goes from 11 feet of water, and it automatically drops off to 26 feet. And it's from 26 to 40 feet all the way across that part of the lake. And so we'll set our jug lines over there on the lake. We'll set them right where we'll try to set them right where that that drop off is, because the fish migrate up onto that ledge, and then they'll migrate and they'll hang off of that ledge. And so we try to fish with the jug lines right there on that ledge. Quite a few geese out there. When we get down here, I'll point it out. I will not drive down it, but I'll point it out, and that's where you'll turn left to go over there on the west side of the lake. And there's, like I say, there's some pretty good fish over on the west side of the lake. Guys, if you're new to the channel, thanks for tuning in. We've got a little bit of drive here before we're done, but I just want to plug it real quick. Hit the like button if you would. It just takes a click. Just click, hit the like button. That's all I ask you to do. And if you feel like it, if you find something useful on this channel, of course we know my channel is Doing USA right here. If you find something useful, please subscribe. I put new videos on here pretty often, and new adventures. Won't be long. It'll be deer season, and we'll have some deer videos on here. And it's just one of those things that I really, if you would, please subscribe and enjoy some of the videos. We fish in and around southern Oklahoma. We hunt all around this area, and so I grew up in this area over around Marietta, Oklahoma, and so we are constantly thinking and looking and doing some things, and I'm with my boys, reliving my youth through my boys. This is where you turn left right here, and that's how you go down to get to the west side of Fog Bottom. But we're not going down there. We're coming on up here. We're almost to the end. I see another car coming up here. Almost to the end. I'm gonna let him get by me. Let him get by me so he can get down there and have fun for the day, or the lady. Everybody seems happy when they're on the weekend, guys, and it is fun. There's an old saying, I've heard it all my life. Any day fishing is better than any day. A bad day fishing is better than any day or any good day working. And people love to go to the lake. And we grew up on the lake, and so when we first come down here, you're gonna see this oil well. And you'll know that you're on the right road when you see that oil well, or those tankers. Anyway, right here is that 90-degree turn. We're fixing to turn back and go straight east. And when we do, we'll get real close to being back on the pavement at the top of this hill. I was talking to a guy at church the other day. He said right here in this corner, he has some beehives, and he sells honey, and he's got some beehives right here, he said, in this corner. So that's interesting for me to hear that story. I told him I'd been down here fishing, and he said he had some beehives down here. All right, we're back on the pavement, and we're gonna drive over here, and we'll drive over to 377. We'll go south like we're going to Texas. We'll go across the Willis Bridge, and you'll see how long this Willis Bridge is. It's about a mile long, and I'll show you out my passenger side window where we were just at over on the lake. That way you get an idea of where we're at. But you can easily see we're in this area. 377 runs north from north from Whitesboro, Texas to Madill, Oklahoma, or from. Hey guys, sorry I lost you there for a second. I may lose you on some of my connections, but anyway, I'm out here way out in the country, so signal may get distorted. But anyway, we come up out of that hole. Maybe now we can see what we're doing. What I was saying was, if you go north out of Whitesboro, Texas, you'll cross Willis Bridge heading to Madill, Oklahoma, or if you head south out of Madill, Oklahoma, going to Whitesboro, Texas, you'll see Willis Bridge. So right up here at the end of this road, we're gonna have to stop and we'll take a right and head south on 377, and we'll cross over Willis Bridge. Okay. There's a golf course right down that direction. My son came over here the other day and played golf. He acted like it was a pretty nice course. I've never played on there. We are coming up on Megastar. WinStar Casino is on I-35 north of Gainesville, like you're heading to Ardmore, Oklahoma, or north from Dallas to Oklahoma City. Well, the Chickasaw Indians, they own Megastar, which is right here. Megastar is a casino that they own, and Megastar is a small version, and it'll grow over time, I guarantee you. But Megastar Casino is an offshoot of WinStar. And you can see coming up, we've got Willis Bridge coming up in the distance. Now, when we get on Willis Bridge, I will point you out my passenger side window so we can so you can see where we were just now fishing. Okay, Willis Bridge, like I say, is about a mile long. Willis Bridge. They just rebuilt this bridge about within the last year. And if you see right over there on that side, that shore over there where that white pickup is where we were at. And so now we see several, I see those two Jeeps that we just passed, and there's some other vehicles over there along the shore. So that's where we were fishing. We're on the bridge now, crossing over. We're looking back to the east and back towards Buncombe Creek and Big Mineral, which is around that away. Buncombe Creek's to your left. And we'll go across over here, drive down on the boat ramp. There's quite a few boats over here. Or quite a few people who have unloaded their boats. And this is Juniper East that I mentioned earlier. That's Juniper West. And Juniper East is a single slip, a single car boat ramp, and the one over here on Juniper West is a double. I usually come over here to Juniper West just because it's a lot deeper water, and I don't want to take a chance on hitting my boat. It's okay when the lake's up, but I've loaded over there, but I prefer to have two car boat ramps instead of one. And while I'm over here, I'm gonna drive down and see if I can't renew my tag. I've got a tag here in my window that is up August of 24, if you can see that. And so I'm gonna come over here and see if she's in the guardhouse over at Juniper West or East. And this is the campground and the boat ramp at Juniper West. And like I say, we were right over there on that shore fishing just a little bit ago. Now you can fish down here along this shore too, but I've never fished over here. I do know it's not real deep until you get out past that buoy, and then it starts getting into, it's about 50 foot of water out there. So here's the double boat ramp, And they've got a good dock here, which is another thing I like. It needs a little bit of work on it for the rubber bumpers, but overall it's a pretty good dock. Let me go over here at this guard shack across the road and see if I can't renew my it's $4 for a year to launch your boat. It's good for a year, and if you don't, it's $5 a trip. Well, I'm out here way more than 8 times a year, so I always just get a tag. Hope they're there. I see the flag over here flying, so maybe they will be. Those guys were moving on, so I waited on them. See the flag. Well, maybe they'll be there. Somebody will be there. I hope so. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I hope they are, so I can get a new tag. No attendant on duty. Campsites are by reservation only. Recreation.gov. So I will have to do this online, I guess. Now we're heading back north across Willis Bridge, like we're going from Whitesboro to Madill. Across the bridge. There's a few boats out there, but not too many. It's awful windy today. I see a few little white caps out there. Today's a good day to go tubing. It's so hot. Blackbeard Marine. Bunch of boats out there. If you just joined us, we've been fishing this morning over at Fob Bottom on Lake Texoma, and we left there. We went across the Willis Bridge. I showed everyone watching where we were at on the shore from the bridge, and we're heading north like if we're going to Madill, Oklahoma. To the right here is, you go down to Buncombe Creek, which is another place down the lake. Lake Texoma is pretty big. It's about 89,000 acres. It's one of the bigger lakes in the nation. And if I remember right, it's the 9th largest man-made lake in the country. And I'm not 100% sure on that. That's what I heard one time. It's 89,000 acres, covers several counties, and Lake Texoma has a rich history of tourism. People from Dallas and the surrounding area. I think, guys, I'm gonna lose signal, so I'm gonna I appreciate y'all tuning in today. Y'all please like and subscribe if you found this entertaining, and we will see you on the next adventure. And thank you so much for tuning in. For those who have, thank you so much. Y'all have a good day and a great weekend.